Hello, gamers. It looks like my face rig is working fine. I thought it would be having issues since it is dark in my... Oh, there it goes. It does not want to move. I think I have to turn the light on. I don't want to turn the light on. The light is on. Okay. The light is on. We should be good to go. I don't know if it's... Yeah, it's definitely working better than it was. Wow. I'm going to @people. I'm going to @ people in the server. I'm summoning them. We do not have a stream notif, so I'm going to just bug everyone. Oh gosh. At everything, no. Alright. Let's go, gamers. Let's go. Yes! I don't know if that's a good volume. It looks like... Yeah, it looks like that should be good. Okay, cool. Da 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 da. Oh, reading. I love reading. Really? The worst voice right off the bat. Thank you, game. Ugh.
Good morning. Oh, are you all by yourself?
Morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya?
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall?
No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange. Godot? Godot, is that you? If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. I don't think it's Godot, because he didn't do his dumb little ha. Oh, it's Edgeworth! Edgeworth! What are you doing here? Hi. Are you calling him gay boy, or are you calling me gay boy? Who is the gay boy? Edgeworth? I have to pin my hair back up. Yes, both. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing for her for a... Edgeworth, that phrasing sure is something. They're squeezing her like a squeaky toy. She's being obliterated as we speak. The prosecution is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Francisca von Karma, what are you up to? Pressing her like a lemon to make lemonade. She's being disintegrated into dust. I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Whore! It's him! What? Then who is? Who do you think it is? There are like 3 prosecutors that you know. And one of them was giving you nonsense yesterday. Who else would it be but Godot? Exactly, Edward, exactly. Godot? Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. She's trying to get her girlfriend out of the cage. Let her out of her cage, she'll be doing just fine. She's gonna release her girlfriend and then propose, I guess. Because engaged.
The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean she's...
Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. Hello, Kleb. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly, and we receive some good news soon. You can watch now. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac? Okay. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. Men who were dunked in water for a little bit. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. You decided this, Phoenix. Okay. Hello, Kleb. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. He gets rid of his cold by being so sure of himself. He did it. He's magic. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else. Literally. Edward's sick arc. Uh-huh. He's built different. From facing Edgeworth. Hello. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Okay, gay ass. Gay, 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 gay. Remy, why are you awake? Gay moments. Hey, Yester, how do you feel about him saying partner, huh? I know how you feel about people saying partner. Thanks. Listen, no. We've known each other too long now. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Delise de Nim. No, I mean Misty Faye. You were asleep in a te. What is a T? What a T-E? Te. You're watching movie? Ugh. In a temperature coma from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Oof. Ooh, nice. I want to watch that movie soon. It looks very good. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. You're big ill. Get some rest, get some liquids. Oh no, bestie. We are wishing you good health and recovery. And what that woman was really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. I'm gonna destroy this gay ass in court. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazukura Temple. Sending their agents. Whore. Dot dot dot. Your Honor, what are you? Why is he staring at me? Ooh, me. Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Phoenix, you killed his brother! Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers! That explains a lot. Then why is his brother Canadian? My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. They are literally brothers. Whore? Hello? How did I know that he was gonna summon his music? I hate him. I hate you. I hate you, Godot. Hate you. Kill. 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 Oh, whoops. No.
Kill. 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 Kill.
I'm normal. Okay. No. No. Horror music, my beloved. His and Pearl's voices are probably the worst to do of this case. Okay. Kill. Cal, like, are you saying that I'm like one of those kids on a playground who's like mean to be like, I like you, so I'm gonna be mean to you now? No, I'm not a coward. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. You think Cal is the suitor in this relationship? Maybe the real whore was Cal all along. The power is stored pounds over my chest in here. The cage of whore. Plot twist of the century. God. Also, Yester, I'm looking directly at you and I'm pointing. I'm pointing at you. Okay. And we have... I have to shift back into Godot mode. I gotta do the little ha 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 ha. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. I mean, usually I don't have a hard time with him too much. It's just that I have a little bit of a sore throat. So that's why I'm having a bad time with voicing him. Every day he caused me pain. Why? I always refer to it as my stinging Castiel from Supernatural voice because it's way deeper than my normal voice and it sounds dumb. Well said, Godot. I understand exactly what you said, at least up until the end. Anyway. Yes, my Castiel voice. I've said this on stream before. Now then, Mr. Godot. Please proceed with your opening statement. Shut up! Oh my god. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. Okay, Mr. 14-year-old Facebook page. Cascado, shaking hands. I don't know. Or they are both whores. Actually, like the tides of the ocean. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. Is it gonna be death? Is it gonna be death? Your coffee? Your coffee, kiddo? Your stinking coffee? I'm going to punch you into the sun. Kill! Kill! The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. Shut up! That's concrete, baby! My delicious concrete I've been sipping out of this mug for the past 5 minutes. Would you like some? I got it out of the cement pourer this morning. There's a construction site outside. I stole this cement. Would you like it? Godot doesn't exist legally. Then how is he a lawyer? How is he a lawyer then, if he doesn't exist legally? Cement whore, exactly. That's concrete, baby. That's concrete, baby. I'm now going to be a misogynist. Okay. He's just some guy that walked in and said he's prosecuting. He really is. I mean, legally he used to be a defense lawyer, so like... I don't know, man. I don't know the logistics of this game. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazukura Temple has a confession to make. Da-na-na-na-na. Is she gonna say that she's like Dahlia or something? Confession? The defendant? Hey, Rue. Wow, you're yelling at me. Hello. What do you want? Yes, what do you want, Rue? Wow. Oh, you know. Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? I arriveth. Hello. Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Yo, don't scratch on my chair, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh, my poor chair. I'm gonna have to put so much tape on it. Oh, wait. My horrible, horrible cat hates my furniture. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. What? Okay. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I'm but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazukura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I cannot continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? One of my rules is always take photos with drag queens. Iris.
Why are you yelling at me? What? What do you want?
What do you want, horrible beast? Be gone! Be gone, beast! I don't have any toys for you. They're in the other room. Oh my god, Godor whore. Godor whore. Godot whore. Why didn't I call him Godor? Oh my god. I'm having a normal one tonight. Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Dorkoon, too? Who the hell is Dorkoon? Fun fact, Godor is the name of a piece of evidence in... Godor does Godor is DoorDash in America, or in Australia. Godor. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise de Nim? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise, and carried it to the Hazukura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court. Order. Witness, are you saying you were accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. I'm gonna drink my cement. Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. Shut up! It just so happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. It's to murder. Number 15, accomplices to murder your ex-girlfriend. Ha 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 ha. Cement. Having too much fun with it. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Haha, that rhymes. Grr, that Godot. So this is the confession that they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime are you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone. Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. Just like when you jumped into just right when you tried to go across the flaming bridge, Phoenix. I've been at Hazukura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazukura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. Yeah, that would be such a funny thing to just watch in court. Just, he's looking at the piece of evidence and just crumples it up and throws it on the ground. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Whore. Filled with hatred and vitriolic hate. Wake up and smell the coffee, trite. She's naming Maya. Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. Iris? Hey Iris, why do you keep lying? And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous! Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case was going to wind up going this direction. Yes, I hate women. I'm a misogynist now. I hate girl bosses. I hate to see girl bosses winning. I went to the inner temple that night. I saw I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mr. Gully strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. No! Sirens? What type of sirens? You mean like the mermaid women? The Kill Bill variety? What? Ambulance. Okay. For your burn. The women police will never see you now. Wow. I'm going to jail. I'm going to women jail. No. So it was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. That woman. You got trauma, you got woman trauma. You got women trauma, Mr. Phoenix, right? Women trauma. Iris even admitted it. That man parallels. I think it's very different. I'm sorry, Sats, but Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Yeah, that man, homosexual in intent. That woman, dread. What are our... Okay. Orders from... Protects from evil spirits. She was executed last month. Went to the inner temple. I saw it all happen in the garden. Saw Mystic Elise strike Miss Maya with her staff. Stippling. Fatal strike. Stole the weapon. In-law, homosexual law. And saw it all happen in the garden. Okay, so we have to prove that she didn't go to the garden. Is what I'm assuming. Man, these people really love trying to... really love to try and be like, oh, Maya killed someone every day of their lives. Nah. Okay. Hi. Okay. I have to stop being gay. I'm sorry. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Shut up! Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. People lie, right? They lie all the time. I would know. Haha. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was the Inner Temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as heresy. Hearsay. Heresy. What do you have to say, witness? Heresy! I can't read, okay? Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! I hate you guys. I hate it here. Never streaming again. I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? No. No. Huh? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. It wouldn't be the first time. There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor... You're saying that the victim attacked Miss Faye. Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and it looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? I was watching. I was girl bossing it up in the corner. You wouldn't understand. Why didn't you stop them from fighting? Phoenix, I thought it would be funny. I thought it was a little bit funny. I thought it was a little bit silly and funny. You don't understand. I was just being a little bit silly about it, okay? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. Okay, Holy Hollow Tones, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. I've never been Holly Hollow Tones in my life. She was in a goofy, silly mood, Phoenix. Your Honor, she was in a goofy, silly mood. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached for her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Lisa and him tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Why? You wouldn't get it. She was in a silly, goofy mood, Your Honor. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Back when Dahlia Hawthorne tried to poison me, I'm horribly allergic to Worcestershire sauce. And I died instantly and went to hell. And when I came... And when I... And when I came back from hell, I became a misogynist. The end. I hope they don't send me to hell again. That'd be kind of unfortunate. I sure hope that doesn't happen at the end of the case. Aha! They don't want me girl bossing it up. Am I right, gamer? A little cringe, if you ask me. Do you have a problem with the testimony you're hearing from your client, lawyer boy?
Something I would say.
I hate you, Godot. I hate you. Lawyer boy. Haha, cringe fail, little lawyer boy. What are you gonna do? Wet yourself like the court record? Die by my blade, bot. Die. Yes. Kill. Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? There is just this little thing. There's just a little problem. Just being a little silly with it. What does that mean? Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. I wasn't facing my phone to make fun of you for Harris. I hate you. I hate this family. You're so mean to me. You do. But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your latest statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. I've been to hell. I can send other people there instantly. Watch this. Why would you send me to hell? I'm having too much fun. My fun privileges should be revoked. I'm being a little silly with it. Okay. That worked really well with the joke I was making. Okay, now, let's continue. Don't worry about him being sent to hell. He's plagued with visions forever, but he'll be fine. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. Are you sure about that? Why would she pull a dagger from her robe if she had a giant sword in her staff? A little goofy, a little silly. It's just a little bit of fun to send someone directly to hell. Am I right? Just like in Supernatural. Hey, what about this? I'm being a little funny with it. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Mr. Nim throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. It's kind of quirky, if you think about it. As you can see, it is a sword. Ah! If Elise Nim really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her... not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Too many alreadys in that sentence. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? Whore. Beautiful blade. Okay, Phoenix. He's been around Miles too much. They're both nerds. That was an impressive bit. The cement is really making it hard for me to talk, trite. The cement is in my lungs. That was an impressive bit of investigation, Trite. I would have never thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. Pretty fruity to like swords. But even so, how should I put this? Trite, help. The cement is in my lungs. I'm getting instant sticking, what is that thing called? Isn't it tuberculosis? Sticking lead lung. I'm getting tuberculosis from my cement lungs. Help. Girl, help. Hashtag Trite is banned on Tumblr. This is a lose for the Godot community. A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Oh, you would know that, wouldn't you? Oh, you would know that, wouldn't you, bestie? Hashtag ban Godot. I thought that... Bang ODOT! You had something to say about the Oregon Department of Transportation? Mister? That's a bad joke. I'm being a little silly with it. I'm having a little fun with it. I just limp wristed at the camera. My model can't do that. I can't lip wrist. I need to program that in. Cringe. Yo, that's so mean to me. That's so mean and cruel to me. Why would you say that? Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Number 15, her cringe fail blade. You're so mean. Well... Public transportation, pretty sexy. Blushing emoji, blushing emoji, blushing emoji. Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. Why would she try and kill her daughter? Ever think about that? As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present the evidence to, The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Ah, my lisp got really bad. Mr. Wright? I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. I don't like that. I'm not smart, Phoenix. Give me a break. Because Miss Alista Nim would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey.
Ow!
What do you mean, me when he's a lawyer? Phoenix, just trust me. Defense coded, illiterate. I knew what I was doing, I just accidentally hit the wrong button. Okay. Hey, just trust me, I'm a lawyer. Trust me, I'm a lawyer. She'd never attempt to take her life. Morgan. This is such a... Oh, they're next to each other. They're... When they are next to each other. When they are next to each other. Okay, leave me alone. I may be a little bit dumb. I may be a little bit silly with it. Okay. I'm a little bit funny. I'm a little bit silly. I'm a little bit dumb. Have you ever considered that? I may be a little bit dumb, but I'm also very full of love. Have you considered that, Remy? Elisa Nim would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elisa Nim. Her real name was Misty Fey. Gumshoe Kenny moments, leave me alone. No, not Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Me when profiles, Best Ace Attorney feature. I'm sure they will never make a game without presenting them. Didn't the first game not have profiles? There was some game that didn't have profiles in it. I don't remember what it was. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elisa Nim actually the great Mystic Misty? Yup. There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try and kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to death were mother and daughter. I mean, it's not that unlikely that a mom would kill her daughter, but alright, okay. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that isn't possible. Like me going to hell, am I right, gamers? Except for one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? Ha! You still don't get it. Kinda cringe of you, bro. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. This is the highest grade cement I could steal from a construction site. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the cement. I don't know why I like that joke, so I love thinking that he just drinks cement. It makes me happy. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of the morning coffee. Bestie, you're going to have caffeine poisoning. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. He sure is. I roast my cement. Unlike you, Trite. You always unroast your cement. That's kinda cringe. How are you gonna drink a good, heartily roasted cement if you don't? He has regular poisoning. Okay, Mix. I drink so much Mountain Dew daily. Okay, alright. Mister, there's so much caffeine in Mountain Dew for no reason. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Exactly. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession... I'm sorry, Yester, I love you, but also... Just gleaning the fact that you drink so much Mountain Dew... That has so much caffeine, Yester. That has so much caffeine. Anything can be poison if you consume enough. You're not wrong.
I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty.
Oh, I love a fake weapon. Okay, Ken boy. But that's like if you eat, like, there's so many different things that you have to think about, like, when you eat things. Because, like, a human stomach can only really hold, like, 4 pounds of stuff at a time. Like, I think that's the upper limits of, like, a normal human stomach. Shot for your beliefs. But, like, that's like if you, like, anything can kill you if you try hard enough. Anything, bro. Am I right, gamers?
Oh, oh, oh.
I should not have drank that. Maybe I'm the one drinking cement.
Oh.
Oh, that's not good, not cold. Oof.
And he discovered this little beauty.
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? We poured ketchup on it. I'm going to eat this blade.
People have gotten caffeine poisoning, just not from coffee. Yeah, there are people who legit have heart attacks from caffeine consumption. Like, I think Bang energy drinks had so much caffeine in it that, like, somebody drank either, like, just one or multiple in the same day and just, like, their heart just gave out. Caffeine also, I'm pretty sure, does affect your blood pressure, I want to say. Because literally all it does is just inhibit your ability to feel tired. It doesn't actually make you more awake. Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. It looks like she has cat ears. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene.
Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene?
Ah, the pine tree.
This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women.
Yeah, I'm sure cat ears is what their design goal was with those braids. From the back, Yester, not from the front. Witness hand? She's an actual little meow meow oh meow.
This little baby was thrown. This little baby.
It's a horrible mental image. Okay.
This little baby was thrown back.
Oh my, now whenever I see baby in his voice, I think of the part in the last trial where he was like, poor little baby, or the poor little court record seems to have wet itself. And then the ensuing yelling of piss.
This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means...
Of course you bring Wander piss here. Thank you, Yester. Piss, you say. Which means... the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Hey, you guys want to know what the genus name for a pine tree is? You guys want to know what the... Who's to say you were ever married to me to begin with? But, you guys want to know the scientific genus for a pine tree? Pine tree. It's Pinus. It's Pinus. Haha, it's Pinus. It's spelled Pinus. Pinus, baby. Cries and sobs about Pinus. Thank you, Yester. Gojo. Sasalele. Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Oh my god.
Ha, were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. I have drank so much cement today, Your Honor.
Didn't you just say it was your 8th cup just a few minutes ago?
I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. First, the piece of this man is just attracted to metal. This man just really loves metal.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
He loves metal. He loves cement and metal. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Oh my god, it's Cecil. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Cute girls never lie, ever.
Then what about Dahlia? Then what about Dahlia Godot? Then how do you explain Dahlia? Okay. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Just like an Undertale. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her stone back to the stone lantern. Maya killed. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. But does it? Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. The battle. When the women are fighting. Hit over the head with the staff when she dodged. Lantern, that's when Mystic Maya. But then she collapsed. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost. The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night. And that woman that was killed was Elise Denim. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who?
I don't have anything to counter that yet.
Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground.
So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh?
Yes. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away. Where did that dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see.
According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden.
That's a weird looking pine tree.
It most likely was flung towards the tree after the struggle.
That is the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think on it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. And Mystic Maya stood there not moving an inch. It felt for a moment that time had just stopped. But then suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. Seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that's completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Hit over the head with the staff. She dodged. Maya's not immune to bashing damage. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all of this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me.
So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck?
What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly. She was being a little silly with it.
As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal.
Do they say that, Godot? I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified.
Huh. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome.
You were the one who started it. I will never give up Ace Attorney. Never. I'm simply almost done with the last game. I do need to find other games to play, though.
Anyway. So, after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next?
Stab Mystic Elise. Okay, we already saw this, I think. Absolutely certain that's what you saw. Oh. Do we have to just do this one again?
We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night. And that the woman that was killed was Elise Denim. Isn't it fairly okay, we already saw that.
Seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya, how alone is possible? What the heck am I supposed to do? That's not what we want. Why is there blue? What's up, MQ? Do you have ideas? Because I don't have ideas. Maya stumbled, and she dodged Mystic Elif's attack. The ball? I was assuming it might be the ball, because how the heck would it get over there? Suddenly, Mystic Elise was one on the defensive, and her back was the stone lantern. Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise, putting the knife away, but then she collapsed. Balls? Yes, balls. I'm presenting balls! Yes. Yes, I'm presenting balls. You're being hit on the head with the staff. Is that the one where they talk about where the staff... okay, that's where the dagger... Where they were talking about the dagger. Did they also... Okay. Didn't he ask? Okay, okay. Is this where I present ball? Is this where I present ball? Ball? No, Oh. What's up? Or maybe the blood writing. Yeah, but wouldn't the blood writing kind of like not be great for our case? Oops, nope. Do we not have an image of the blood writing? There's... Doesn't look like it's anywhere. Yeah, there's... The crime photo is this. Yeah, there's nothing. I think it's the ball. Fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. I think it has to be this. Nope. Staff statement? Okay. Shoot now! Please, 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 please. I'm too tired to do this. Okay. Present. Ball. Present balls. Unfortunate phrasing. No? Alright then. You know what? I'm gonna look at a walkthrough. Dun, 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 dun. Present balls. Some of us can't present balls. Okay? Okay? Do-do-do, do-do. Okay, why is my phone not loading what I searched? Case 5 walkthrough, please? 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 No? Alright. This really sounds like, Plants vs. Zombies music, but only that da-da-dun-dun. Sans? That is not what I meant to hum. Okay. Yeah, but Remy, where do I present the ball? Huh? Where do I present ball? Huh? Why isn't my web browser working? Why isn't working? Show statements? Okay. So the statements we have are... Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. It is not that one. Then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Autopsy? Yeah, but isn't the autopsy like... Where do I present the autopsy? Yes? Yes. Shoot, no! Back. Back. Check it? Positioning how she was stabbed. Tab, okay. Lots of... Oh, she was stabbed in the back! Back to the stone lantern. Tab. Me when I present autopsy. Your Honor, that statement... Okay, apparently it doesn't. I'm assuming it's on the one where it says she gets stabbed. Oh my god. Something about you just... Oh my gosh. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. Oh, what do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you... Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Okay, gay boy. What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Godot? Godot. We sure do, buddy. You could have said that about literally anything. You could have been like, what is a thing that has a front and a back? People are like cabinets. They have a front and a back. And also, if you try hard enough, you can open them. I don't know. Bro. People are like anything if you try hard enough. You what? I meant more of like stabbing someone. You know? People got hole in them. Oh. Just knocked a tin of mints off my desk doing that. You can open a person if you try hard enough. That's not a controversial statement. God, guys. I didn't mean it in a bad way. I don't know how I feel about that. Is that all you have to say?
Yeah. I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Loves to play little mind games. Like, the darkness is much like the Joker from the movie The Joker, if you catch my drift, Judge.
So tired. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. They're running away a useful staff, the people fighting being the mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Yes, give me Joker dough. Give me Joker dot. Dough. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing.
Like 3 lines ago, I nearly slipped into the off-brand Ben Shapiro voice for Phoenix. And I nearly just yelled, like, hypothetically. What do you mean? If Godot is the Joker and Phoenix Wright is Ben Shapiro, I don't even know where I'm going with that, man.
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in cement. I love cement. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and uses of all the senses. I stick my hand in my coffee mug so that I can taste it with my skin. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Every day I say things, oh my god. Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. Ugh.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own
Oh my god, shut up!
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said, "It's too many big words, Godot, I'll cry." That the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly.
Heh. I almost said the human.
A human needs one thing to see clearly.
Eyeballs? Balls? Orbs in their face hole?
And that, and that is light.
Balls. It all comes back to balls.
Light.
Light. Blech. Light, you got me? Balls in there. Remy. Light.
By the way, did you know Azukara has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is in the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit.
I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern.
Impossible.
It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening. Unlike that giant stone lantern. Ha-ha.
Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away.
I hate this court.
If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak.
Okay, Godot. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that, but that... Me attacking you in the court of law.
Isn't that right, Trite? Now! What?
Order, order, order!
Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind.
Why do they always write Maya the exact same way? Stone lantern added to the court record. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Is that flame too hot?
This lantern. There's something written on it. Is that Godot? Is that Godot Joker?
Huh?
Why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet.
Written in blood.
It says. It says Maya.
What the?
Oh, yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining from her body, or out of her body.
It certainly looks that way.
Objection!
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
What do you mean, what are we all talking about? Well, we're talking about the message written in blood?
Nonsense. This lantern. It's as clean as a whistle.
Could it be Gumshoe? Oh, wait a minute. He can't see the bloody writing at all? Yeah, because he can't see red on white. Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot.
Okay then, let's move on.
Godot is literally shaking, and somehow, I don't think it's from a caffeine overdose. I believe it has been, now been established that Mr. Nim was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong.
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you?
Did he... Okay.
Let's hear it. We're all ears.
Sister Iris's cover up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazukura Temple and... I used the Shishishido to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved the body?
Yes, I was raised at Hazukura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Denim was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for Twist of Fate, Your Honor. I intend to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. How did I immediately know that he was just gonna say yes, Your Honor? I've played this game too much. He called out to Mystic Maya. None of this sounds right. The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazukura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? About the tracks. If you really didn't move her body by snowmobile, then there should have been tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, yes, naturally you'd expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazukura Temple.
I see. Snow was falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
I'm gonna say it's important, because it's always good to have extra things unless they decide that it's bad. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record.
This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Do 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 do. Do I present the weather report? I think I present the weather report. Here. Shoot, nope. Nope. Say, nope, don't want to load that. Da, 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 da. Or it just isn't that one, okay? Okay. Now the snowmobile. Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge.
I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony.
Excuse me? Godot? What are you up to now?
That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said you walked from the inner temple back to Hazukura Temple.
Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates.
Let's recall her comments on the subject.
Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazukura Temple, it was there by the main gate, the snowmobile, I mean.
The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say?
Why is he helping us?
Order. Mr. Godot!
Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony?
Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay?
Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it? Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right.
Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just... you better be careful in your testimony, that's all I wanted to say. Smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that.
Yes, sir. What is that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. So you transported the body by snowmobile all the way to the Hazukura Temple courtyard. Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway, and then I... Use the Shishishido to alter the way the wound looked. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time.
I see how you think. Snow, huh?
What's going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Grind Revelations. Or The Grid? The Grid. Is this a joke about The Matrix? Is this a joke about The Matrix? I think this is a joke about the Matrix. Oh wait, no, I want whole.
Ha, well then, Mr. Trite. Perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Your game theory. Thanks for watching. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger.
The Matrix is canon in Japanifornia, except it's called the Grid. Huh? I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Oof. Is it time yet for what? MQ, what do you mean? My brain is really not in Ace Attorney mode tonight. I am so scared. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. So that point, there's a contradiction in that, and I know that there is because the snow didn't stop by that time. It stopped at 10:50, and the murder took place between 10 and 11. So, like, by the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. I already did try weather. I already tried the autopsy report, too. Ball? It's not ball. Oh, yeah. Is it Elise? It wouldn't be Elise's body. What is it? Hmm? What is it? What? Bruh. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. 'Cause it was on fire. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it. It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. Okay, truth boy. No! Order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. Truth's special little boy. Isn't that Edgeworth, though? There's no way you could have crossed the bridge. Body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Use logics, little boy. Okay. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
The only person here that's truly contemptible is you. Old man.
Me? How dare you?
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now.
Squat?
The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
Yes, of course, but...
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not. There are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise de Nimnet was discovered in the Hazukara Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise de Nim's body. Nobody.
He makes a good point. On both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night. So my memory is still somewhat hazy. You stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? Godot, I swear to God. Okay. Yeah.
It's only human to err.
It's not error, it's error.
If you're so perfect, try. Maybe you can explain this for the court.
What is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you could have some Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick.
Well, not exactly, no. You know, there must be some other way she got across that burnout bridge. Unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
All right then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you removed the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be your final testimony? I sure hope it is. Moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? What? So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. Is it the picture? Is it the goddamn picture? Is this where we say she flies?
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. It's gonna be the picture of her flying. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. Oops. And Maya will be accused of murder.
That's right. I'm only gonna say it one more time. It's only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. All right, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination. Boop. I'm gonna trust my gut on this one. Because Ace Attorney logic is weird enough that just makes sense. Just makes sense. Makes sense that Iris can apparently fly. Other than walking across the bridge, there's no way to move the body, so I must have just gotten confused. Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying there's another version? I was right? I was right. I think I know what you're talking about with It's Almost Time, because I've seen a GIF of what I think you're talking about. Oh my god. Dude. I don't think I am ready for this one. Don't they bring in Larry? I have ideas. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What?
You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible is about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air.
I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
Larry!
Preposterous. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Preposterous? Oh, woo? Miss Elise Denham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Larice Denham. Brilliant.
Highly gifted.
Whatever she said. Remember what he said in his testimony? That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. He sure was. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you serious in claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket.
Ha. Well tried. There's nowhere for you to hide now.
They should have been accused of him forging evidence for this one/joke.
Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does this sketch prove anything?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it.
Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down.
I think I know where this is going. Because the supports, the image is upside down. 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 The image is up. I've seen a GIF of what happens in Bridge, specifically with the bridge in the body. I know. I was literally like, maybe she wasn't flying, maybe she was going under it. Because I remember the bridge having like the support cables on the bottom, not the top, because that doesn't make any sense for a bridge. I've had to construct a mini diagram of a bridge before. I know how bridge work. But like, I'm so smart. I'm so smart from piecing together the spoilers that I know. I'm playing 5D chess, baby. Shut up, Godot. I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. You would say that because you know Maya, don't you? Or not Maya, Mia. I'll maim you.
If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Shut up.
Shut up. Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Why are you trying to make it so that I can figure this out? Shut up, Godot. Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. Flip the journal around. Flip it the other way. This sketch is exactly what happened. It's a complete contradiction. It's a complete contradiction. It is exactly what happened, but I want to say it's a complete contradiction because Because he saw it upside down because he was looking at it, like, leaning backwards. So what he was seeing would be upside down, so she wasn't flying, she was swinging across the bottom. A complete contradiction? I saved, so it's... I'll save here. I want to say complete contradiction, because it's the complete opposite. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Lawrence de Nim stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality. Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? I don't know. 'Cause it would be the other way around. I want to go with the cables. It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire. Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? Yeah, it is indeed. And show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. The new picture. New picture? Question mark? That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. Playing 5D chess, baby. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Josephat. The wires are below the guard wires. What? Order. This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. What? However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. You're no longer Phoenix, right? You're Phoenix wrong. Ha 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 ha. Not like that joke has not been made before. With someone like Laurice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Laurice was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the flame ablaze. Sets the bridge aflame. I can read. Now ponder what sort of position Laurice might have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. Yeah, I was right. I'm in this game's head. Let's go. He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor. That's the reason why the wires in the sketch are, go out instead of down.
Ah. No way.
Larista Nim witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down.
So then, this sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. You gotta turn the sketch around. The correct way to view Larista Nim's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right. Just like a pendulum. Delicious.
Order. All the things to say. A pendulum.
The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff.
Yes, that sounds right.
In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need rope at least 10 yards long. To get rope that long, you would have to plan ahead.
You could just use the snapped cable. The lightning strike that night could have, or can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared a rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get a rope, or get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them.
What?
I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there.
In that case, Mr. Wright, give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had a rope on hand to create a pendulum?
This does.
And the meaning of this is...
If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge.
When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Larista Nim's body. There she goes! That makes sense physics-wise. It makes so much sense physics. She gets thrown into the sun. Because there was simply no other way to move the body.
Mr. Godot, you're going to choke. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Godot's just really like... just like in Minecraft. It seems that the odds of the rope being readily available were really high. I suppose it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible, that's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite. I wonder if you can prove what really happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence the body was swung over like a pendulum? It's the ball! It's the ball! I think. Ball? Ball!
Hell yeah. Take that, gay boy. It's now time for ball. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. This music makes me so hype, besties. Looking at the map, we can see that it's that it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here... It would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? I nearly started singing WAP. Oh god. Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. I'm obsessed with the image of her body just getting flung. That's... Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Elise the Nim's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found. Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. When the ball... This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright. Horror. Bro? Oh, shoot. I thought this cold coffee might help it cool off. I love it when horror music. But what is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. The crime scene smell? Huh? The coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? Smell. If the criminal had sent the body of, to the other side like you said, or like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Wait, are you guys still on call? Are you guys on call still? What is going on? What? Oh my gosh, you guys are on call. I just opened the VC chat. Oh my god. Yester is the Jesus we are leaving room for. Yester on their Jesus arc. Okay. I'm here to keep them from being gay. You're on your homophobia arc. God. What?
Mr. Godot is correct.
Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazukura Temple without an accomplice. Mr. Godot was spirit channeling. Don't worry about it. Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazukura Temple side? It literally could have only been one person. There's really only one person it could have been. It's gotta be Iris. Gotta be Iris. Francisco von Karma. No. It's our good pal Francisca. She's the one who did it. It's gotta be Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up the body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
Trite. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the Inner Temple Garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
I haven't forgotten. But have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazukura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch to draw an eyewitness, or drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burned-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that has occurred. Something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How could you say that, Mr. Wright?
What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazukura Temple? Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is?
It's Dahlia Hawthorne, baby. There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... I love this case. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again.
I'll kill you, Sats. Attack.
Let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne.
Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some...
I may have read that a little bit different than what it said. I may have a little bit of a reading issue. Especially without my glasses on. I may have read ball. That name rings some ball. Bringing in the new balls.
Oh, balls. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
Balls on the brain, huh? I guess, man. Sometimes you got balls on the brain. Am I right, gamers?
It's just your imagination, Cramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Balls nonetheless. We love balls in this court. Gumshoe has balls on the brain.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's been an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine.
No, the honor is all mine. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
Hi, baby. Come here. Oh, you're so cute. You are, baby. There you go.
お前はもう死んでる。何? So what? I died and came back from hell. What are you gonna do about it? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
It'd be really funny if Godot, like, he didn't actually just, like, die. He's actually just possessing a spirit medium right now. It makes no sense, but I think it would be funny. That's like my joke about, Gregory Edgeworth basically being quote-unquote alive, but he was just still possessing, Misty's body. Gregory Edgeworth goes to Europe and never comes back. How's it, gay boys? The horror is saying that death has no meaning in this courtroom. Just like our good pal Dean Supernatural. Like father, like son. They love to disappear to Europe. They love Europe. They are Europe boys. Death has no meaning in this courtroom. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. What? If you want to talk about how he came back from hell, just like Spin. Huh? I do. I do want to talk about how he came back from hell, just like in Spin. I think about supernatural a normal amount. Just quirky girl things. Order, order, order. You're so mean to me, Race. Wait a moment. How can you? My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of... the blood of the master of the Crane channeling technique flows within that body. The Crane channeling technique. Now where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. When the ghost is in court. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone. On the very night of the murder, to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Get out of my courtroom, ghost. Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazukura Temple. Two of them. Just the 2 of them. They can make it if they try. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means that Iris was at dinner, or the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found the plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? I love that Phoenix has like a detector. A detector for the twins. Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. I mean, yeah. And also the fact that literally when Dahlia showed up in court, he's like, "This isn't Iris. This isn't the Iris that I knew."
It was later that the body was moved by pendulum.
That's right.
Naturally, it would mean that the iris that received the body was the real iris. Are you with me so far?
Yes?
After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazukura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. But I already knew who was channeling Dahlia's spirit, so... Got no idea what's going on right now, man. Phew, thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. Still not convinced that the iris here is the same one from the other night.
Ha. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switch places.
Switch places? What now? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazukura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? The locks. I think. Your Honor, because Iris ran off at one point. I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown? What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm not gonna rat out my boyfriend, okay? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was... I guess Liana. Okay, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor... There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake? Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might... How could I have... She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That is quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. I don't know who's saying that, but okay, be quiet, I guess. It is her. I'm pogging in real life. Wait a minute. She's in Maya. That. Okay. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. I guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. It's her music. It's her music. It's her music. Kill. Oh my god, yes. Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession, permanently retired. You are gay, MQ. You're gay. Is it women music? Yes. But also, it has Persona vibes. Every time I hear the da-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na, just wait for the soundtrack. What does that mean, bestie? It really is. So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. That sprite, man. That sprite. That sure is a sprite. Boy howdy. Boy howdy. What is going on here? My thoughts exactly, Judge. Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and myself. To be continued. Part 2? Part 2? Oh my god, that was long. It does sound like Alley Cat. I like Alley Cat a lot. It's a good song. Yeah, I don't think I'm finishing this tonight if I'm gonna get up at a decent time for work tomorrow. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness, I feel like the last 2 parts will go pretty fast, though. But... Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth... I'm learning the Persona 5 names, too. What do you mean? Like the names of the songs? We'll need to hear your testimony. Yeah. I love that she's so predisposed to murder and so bad at murder that the judge is currently the only person in the middle of the court that she hasn't tried to kill. Yeah. Yeah. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. Phoenix is about to pounce, but not in a twink about to pounce way, in like a I'm going to maim you while jumping over this desk kind of way. You know what I mean? In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are. Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes, you have a problem with that. Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Oh, she's really good. Dahlia Hawthorne has done so much for encouraging legal careers and also ending them. Mr. Godot is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? But it said the current master of Khura'in, which is not Maya. And secondly, Pearl would not agree to that. Pearl would not agree to channeling, Dahlia to murder her epic twin cousin. Stupid plan hatched by the next master. For it to work, Maya Fay would have to die. Seems to have succeeded anyway. She's doing the face that literally every evil person in Ace Attorney does. The dumb little, like, slightly squinted evil eyes and then, like, the smirk. Evil grin. Okay. But it said the current master of Khura'in. Ah, shoot. Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea is for me to kill Maya and have the plan wrong. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fay is dead. And now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fay. That's absurd. Maya's just... She's trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete, your pathetic faith in other people. Can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. Gotta keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan. And what she was after as well. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year. She was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother. It was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning on to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fey the master of Crane. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fey, isn't that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. And you and your twin sister Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in my life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one is that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fey heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. And that's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anyone, or anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? You? You were going to kill Maya. Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazukura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris who had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazukura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She is nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway, I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind of gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act on my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. She didn't want Maya dead, she wanted Iris to pay for it. She wanted Iris dead. Understand why I would want to kill Maya Fay now. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan in her plan so that she could accomplish her own goal. Wait, no, she didn't want... Maybe she wanted to finally kill Goodell. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fay. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've gotta keep a cool head. And we need to get some information out of her, blah 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 blah. She either wanted to finish off Diego, or maybe she wanted to finish off Diego and get her sister put in prison. Because, I mean, both would go great for her. That's double whammy of revenge. Her goal was... What your goal was? I'm assuming... Oh, God. What your goal was? Why you would kill Maya Fay? She wants revenge for a lot of things, man. Probably something bad that happened to her, right? Yeah, like her dying. And the reason she probably died was that her sister Iris, not Lavrista Nim, I'm just hovering over him. Let me put it here then. Stick it, put it on Iris. But probably the reason why she actually went to prison, I'm assuming, is Iris. Because Iris couldn't get the bottle back from Phoenix. Mm-hmm. Who killed her? What do you mean killed her? Phoenix? Mia? 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 This has so many layers, man. That's why Mia's here. Okay, hi Mia. Hi bestie. Hi Mia. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone. I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes. And I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. And that would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Why are you screaming at me? Huh? What? What do you want? What do you want? Oh. Oh my goodness. Just walks over here every so often and is like, give me attention, then walks away. Okay, ma'am. Go on your merry way. Shoo. Yes, we do need slurs specifically for MQ. Why is Yester kicking and screaming in voice chat? You have them, whore. Specific slurs for you? Oh my gosh, okay. Okay. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. You are bisexual. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. No kidding. What a cruel plan. A cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you. There's not a thing you can do to me. Every day, Phoenix is a feral beast. That night, I feel like I should give her this voice, because it's still a little bit fake. At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazukura Temple. So, it was Elise Nim who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Hello? Hello? Hello?
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, Roo? Yay.
Yes. Oh, you're so cute. Okay. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have any clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean, no clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed. At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. What in God's name are you doing, man? 1 second. What are you doing? The cat decided she wanted to try and convince me that she could be let into, one of the closets. So I threw her elephant at her, and she went and chased it. Okay, my cat really doesn't want us to see Mia Fey. At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. She's so rude. Lady Ruth's so rude. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops. I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern. The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. Good night, goodbye. Love you too, bud. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I don't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted. It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What?
Who? Could it have been Maya? It wasn't Maya. I thought the same thing, but I couldn't actually see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Oh, it was Pearls. It was our good pal Pearly, because she was worried about Maya. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
What is your problem, man? Get off the table. Get off the table.
Just threw a stick at her. Okay.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I'd hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck. After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris. She said she'd come back to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place.
Ooh.
I'd finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey.
Well, of course you would assume that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person had actually that actually called my spirit back was Misty Faye, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness at the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is matricide. Sin of killing her own mother. No way!
Order! Order in the court. What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Faye's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What's this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be. But where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Those bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. I'm closing my door. One sec. Okay. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oh. Ugh. You were in here? How did you get... What the hell? What You guys do not understand what just happened. So that just happened. And then I hear like this noise. My cat comes running into my room. She flies over into one corner, she runs into the other corner, spins around, and then runs under my bed. How did you get in here? How did you push the door open? Oh my god. Tonight is definitely a night. Okay.
Oops. Sorry, that's my phone.
What kind of ringtone is that? Beep.
Godot here.
What? In God's name? Okay, you're staying out there. I'm making sure the door's shut. Cats who love tearing up my furniture. She's thinking jumped off the back of my chair.
Okay, thanks.
Beep. Was that something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern.
That's great. What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fey?
It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she?
There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern.
No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No. She ain't dead, she's you. Dahlia, Dahlia, Dahlia. Dahlia, Dahlia, Dahlia. It seems... This ain't supernatural. You can't, like, stab yourself in the gut and then be like, haha, the vessel is dead, but I'm still alive because I'm built different. If she dies, you die, so you can't kill the vessel. This case has come to an end. A tragic end. No, it hasn't, Judge. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise de Nim, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Yes, I'm gonna reference Spin. I'm going to reference Soup. Spin and Soup. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death in the into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Huh. Nuh-uh.
Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Huh? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means that if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it would have been from the inner temple side near the bridge.
That's right, that's where she jumped from.
Nuh-uh. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into a river from there.
Because you'd end up on the rocks. You'd end up on the rocks, bestie. There's rocks right there.
What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
The rocks. Think about the rocks, right? Think about the rocks. Spin! So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims that Miss Fay threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Yeah, they should refute the claim. Pretty good. Take that. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows this better than the witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Let's take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh. You're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she'd jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Maps that you experience. Maps that I experienced. Oh my god, now I'm thinking about the peanut butter baby video because of the Does it feel good? Ha, so you finally figured it out. No. Order. You're just playing with me. Maya Fay's body is in the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Dahlia. Hey Dahlia bestie. Hey Dahlia? Hey Dahlia. Hey Dahlia, you're not very smart. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fay wasn't inside the sacred cavern. Whoops. We know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is the one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? She ain't dead. Ellie is not smart, I guess. Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Yes! Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is? This very instant? Maya Fay is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fay is here. She's in here in my courtroom. Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. Okay, whore. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? But why that's obvious. It's Pearl Fay, that pathetic little sniveling runt. Nope, you're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone called me before Pearl did. But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne? The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? This is a win for the LGBT community. But how could that be? Remember what this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazukura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me. All this time you thought you'd been channeled by Burls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Yeah. Maya Faye killed herself, isn't it obvious? No, you're just dumb. Sorry, but no, it would have been impossible for her to jump into Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. That stupid little girl like that who's never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. You're just salty that you weren't as good at plans as her. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Oh, Mia.
Well,
This is a win for the gays.
yeah.
Oh my god. Bisexuals who slay. What's up? How are you? I missed you. Mia Faye. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. It's true. It was you. Yes. You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair, it's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. Yester, what are you saying, bud? You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that. I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time. So I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. AU where Pearls did summon Dahlia. Oh shoot. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? Get her ass! What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. Another win for the spiritual lawyer Mia Fey. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me.
I'm still alive, but... Oh no!
You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey. Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you hadn't got the spiky-haired jerk, And if only you had gotten the spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. We love to see a girl boss winning. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive or dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed. The narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Get the hell out, Dahlia. There she goes. Oh, there she is. Hello, Dahlia. I'm not ready to go. I'm sending her directly to hell. Bro. Nick. Sis.
That's a win for the gays.
Oh, she did. Oh. She just needs a little nap. A little nap in a juice box. Now then, that was a lot. I assume you are the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say that you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, she got sent directly to hell. It looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
One more hour until you see why this is my favorite song in the game. The one that's playing right now? Or the other one? The da-da-da. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Oh. I'm sorry, Bestie, but I am kind of about this song. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of the Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. But we haven't got the killer. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. We are sending her to hell forever. Keep her there. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. And that's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Crane channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. Where are you going? Oh. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment on the case of Iris of Hazukura Temple.
Objection!
Hello, whore.
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
You really want to go to jail. What do you mean by that, Godot? Mr. Godot?
This trial isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What?
Right. Remember when Miss Evil Spirit said, remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony. I caught up with her in front of a stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya. She was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that was that channeled Dahlia. Elise Denim. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
Okay, horror. Okay, we know who did it. At least I know who did it, because I know spoilers.
Shut up. This isn't over?
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence.
No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
The prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
The final witness?
The one that will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place.
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's been through.
Defendant lobby?
Why are you questioning defendant lobby?
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Wolf, spine.
Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. I'm going to go play hopscotch in the courtyard. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Trite, I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to squeak by without even a faint understanding of a case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the very last moment to save you.
You've got some nerve.
He's a poor little meow meow, Your Honor. He's a poor little meow meow that summons women.
But that's not gonna happen this time. We shot Francisca in the shoulder again. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
What? Are you sending Mia back to the void?
We got Shelly to kill her too, shooting Francisca von Karma right in the shoulder for a second time. Let's go. Whoops.
That's enough. This court is now in recess. I really want to play hopscotch. You two, shut up.
Hi, Iris.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, we had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it isn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent the entire day locked up in there. My sister... I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If If only Dahlia had come to me with come with me to Hazukura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Talia's stepsister Valerie ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Talia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes? What is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Tanim, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 11:10, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple. But... the path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. Can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? Wee! Wee! Here she goes! It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left on her body so she wouldn't bleed so much. Had been left in her body. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazukura Temple on the snowmobile. But why did you alter the body? Didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. Didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shishido. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me what the name of the person that called your cell phone. Tell me the name of the person who called you, or called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do that. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? That was a really funny fade. Oh my gosh. There's something I want to tell you. Just vanishes. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? Mia. How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. No kidding, bro. No kidding. I wonder why. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise the Nim really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure out that answer by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazukura Temple side by a pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazukura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. We'd love a girl boss. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. All by yourself. I might as well just get done with this. I'm not gonna get much sleep anyway. Now then, before we proceed any further, we're doing this. We're doing this. We're getting it done tonight. I'm done. I want to be done. I want to be finished. I want to either start on AAI or do something else, man. I'm being free. I'm finally free of the curse. I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Tests. Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. Totally forgot about that. That's the weapon that that's the, that's the wrong voice.
That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim.
So, what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, a full test was impossible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart the trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? Okay. I'm looking at Discord. I'm easily distracted. Talia Hawthorne is dead. Is dead. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. Crabrave. I should do that in Godot's voice.
Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. Crabrave. I die. I finally die. I'm sent back to hell.
I'm sure both the defense and prosecution know this, but the trial is rapidly coming to a close. Good. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly.
Maya Fey crumples into a ball. Agreed. Also, Yester, why were you adding the terms that you added? Bestie. Because you sure did add clips. You sure did add things. Okay. So that's what's clowning. Ah. Very well. Please bring in the last witness.
Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Maya. According to this magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fae clan, I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. The pain the Fae bloodline causes must be unbearable. This is the first time she testifies? Oh my god. Very well. Now then, Miss Faye. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. And you went... and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elistenim's murder. Is this correct?
Objection!
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
Godot, shut up. Godot? 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 I'm going to strangle you.
But I...
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact.
Oh my god. What, bro?
But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now
it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Bonk. Maya, the person who hit you. Was it Dahlia? It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems it'll be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all.
She looks like a kicked puppy. Because her mom just died. She got possessed by a horrible lady.
Passing through the garden, the spare prep room when it happened, suddenly something struck me over the head. Stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me," and something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
Is this one where you have to go through all the options? Who did it? Who hit you?
Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was?
Oh, well, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry. I just can't remember.
Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Ugh. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt. Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person?
Well, let me think. It was, Oh, yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark.
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was an earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. Which is why she didn't see her attacker. Thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by at least a Nim, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
Stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern.
What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking my escape, I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So, what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2.
Huh?
You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was gonna lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
Maybe I screamed, "Help me."
You think you screamed, but you're not sure.
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark, so I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I certainly would have soiled my robes.
That's great to know, Judge. I thought this person might attack me, anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder who she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. What? Huh? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me."
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, that's like... What do you call it when it happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help.
Ah! What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person.
I am... Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
Ton of pressure.
You're right. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
That's a lie.
That is a lie. That is a lie. So there was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah?
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Denem, otherwise known as Misty Fey, your mother.
The killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in that garden that night. No!
Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this.
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect still darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of coffee a lot. Lay.
Cafe au lait. Is that even legal?
What does that mean? Mr. Trite's words were the milk and you were the spoon, Your Honor.
What does that mean? Well, I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know.
Aw, he's spooning us. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not that hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick? May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person who was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No.
Order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch dark conditions? Pitch black conditions?
Trite. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There's some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, did you see who the killer was in the dark? And now you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There is only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. You talk a good game, Trite. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court, and I'm here to find the truth.
All right, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you saw Miss Fay, or that you say Miss Fay saw in the darkness? Because it was pitch black, Miss Fay was was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm pretty sure the court would like to see it see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how did you propose something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. This is... but it can't be. That was a nice bit of deduction. Tried. Well, everyone. This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order, order, order. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. Well, what do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night, was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What? Witness, Mr. Wright, what the... Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I assumed it was a man.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologize. It is as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Horror moments. Okay. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. That's just... You guys hate to see a girl boss being good at murdering. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
Killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Cleaning the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. For what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple... It only could have been the killer.
That's what I think too.
So the killer carried Maya to the inner temple.
By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again.
The torches were lit and the body was gone. And all this...
The torches were lit.
Yes, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed.
I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be possible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to all the effort of moving the body? That's true, it's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one that would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
Stone lantern, careful cleanup.
So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. It's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
Doesn't help anything, man. Wait a minute. But I already pressed on everything, I'm pretty sure. Did I not press on this? Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with a crime scene like that? It must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, I saw the crime. When I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I warned you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened.
Ooh.
That's where we present the lantern. Or the... whatever.
The body of Elise de Nim was carried all the way to Zerkura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, right. Order. But Mr. Right. Isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the black snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all the snow, but leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it, as he couldn't see it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit up and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right.
There's no way any normal person would.
What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be? Who is this person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
Mr. Goodell, this is what you said earlier, or yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to it, to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle.
Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Trebienne.
This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. And somehow spilled coffee on it.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why are you not explaining the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. Nobody told me anything about a bloodstain.
You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason I don't drink red tea.
I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Denim, also known as Miss Misty Fey.
It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Just make sure you don't fill out an indictment in red ink, Gramps.
Dog?
Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like my name is written here. It's my name that's written here.
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, Trite.
The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes. Why didn't he just take out that area? Could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the blood that had seeped into the snow. And so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Hello? Wait just a minute. What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until day 2 after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed.
Objection!
Maya, you can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I mean, I don't look like it, but...
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time.
Maya should punt Godot.
Because she was channeling Dolly Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
But please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya... Do you plan to cover for Godot no matter the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Ha, nicely done, Trite.
Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yeah.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the Inner Temple, too. Pearly was also stuck on the Inner Temple, on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearlfay.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Also, your little cousin was possessed.
What? Come on. Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath.
Pearl was possessed by Mia. Mia was there. Mia was Pearl. Pearl channeled Mia. Pearl was gone.
The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot.
Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright.
Let's get this cross-examination started. When would you have talked to Pearl? Because she was possessed by your sister. But is there any way that we could prove that? She did do the gravely roast. He cheered her up. That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Cut it out. You're making me blush.
Godot on his bisexual arc once again. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves. In more ways than one.
What does that mean, Nick?
The truth is there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with a fine-tooth comb. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Who's a biphobe? Who is the biphobe? You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours tried. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Misty Faye, naturally.
Godot looking directly at MILFs, I guess?
Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Western tastes. Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So from there you headed for the prep room.
Wait a sec. What did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it had happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed the least Nim. How did he He wouldn't have known it was Misty Fate if he hadn't seen it before it had gravy on it. Do I have to ask about how he cheered her up? Cause like, it's gotta be that, right? Biphobic bi versus biphobic bi. I feel like Nick is biphobic for a different reason. So you cheered Pearls up. When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Faye. Really? The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have been truly terrified, or she must have been had a truly terrifying night out there. She asked about you before she said anything about herself. But Pearly... I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side. But I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. Gave her coffee? With milk and sugar, to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What a sweet story. You had a thermos of coffee. Oh, that surprised me. Okay. Protects Pearl Faye with a gun. Yeah. Pearl didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearly said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? So, it was your first time in the inner temple side, Mr. Godot. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those were your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. Okay. Okay, Godot. I'm so tired. Exactly. Whore is exactly. If it hadn't been for this case,
I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass.
So you'd never visited Vtuber Temple or the Inner Temple, huh?
Ha. You want to say something, Trite?
It's just like I thought. Godot was lying. If his first visit to the temple really was after the incident, he shouldn't have known about that piece of evidence.
Very well. Please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Godot... He shouldn't have known about what?
Wait a sec. What did Godot say just now?
I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing okay. Proverbial weak spot. You wouldn't have known that it was Misty Faye because you can't see it through the gravy.
What?
Right evidence, wrong place.
Dang it.
This is the one where it's... There we go. Mr. Godot. The first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall...
Hanging scroll.
But... Mr. Godot was right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What is that wonderfully delicious smell?
The morning after the crime, somebody covered it with gravy. Gravy? Why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was, much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot. If you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there.
Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So, if you know the meaning of the mark,
Then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there.
nuh-uh.
True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Oh.
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene.
Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? Opened once before. That's literally all it could be. Nope. That's just image. Yeah, it has to be that. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearls had found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls had ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was going to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist that this crafty killer is me. You bet I do. But you just said the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
Nuh-uh. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with an easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Godot. Order, order, order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Shut up, Godot. I'm going to attack him. I'm going to attack him. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
mean... It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness. Nope. That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why did I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through with that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue a damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for a lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh?
Okay, try it. I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably.
Boop.
There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second there. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney.
With your Honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Music?
The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to her, to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a the only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
That was canonical. It's because he cut his hand open.
I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith into her clients, that pure sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then, one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspaper at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
Like somebody has said on Tumblr.com, I think, it is such a funny flex that he excessively drinks the things that poisoned him. Or contained poison, I should say. Which is deeply wild. Reminiscent bitter taste of truth, by the way. Thank you.
I see.
For fun and for profit. He's just... he has a real bad caffeine dependency. Real bad. This man drinks so much. He drinks more than 13 cups a day, bestie.
My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew.
Are you gonna make a comment about his hair?
Then one morning, my eyes flew open, and from the smell of the doctor's cup of coffee.
Oh my god, Godot. Oh my god, it is. I still like the other one better. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I'd already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
But that's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
The first was you tried.
Ah? Me?
If if I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would have never died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor.
My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Korean village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. Okay. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out.
The first one is very stupid. No one has ever stretched further.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazukura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall of my backup plan. In my backup plan, in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government.
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. And she said that the Master of Korean had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you.
Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you don't want to know how strong her resolve was to protect you, look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was going to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazukura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean Pearls?
don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight?
Well,
If you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing a part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
she was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Mr. Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What? What do you mean?
They could have just restrained her. If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Karain, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. Oh my god.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? Who do you think killed the victim? He literally just confessed. There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot.
Well tried. If you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Is there a bad end to this? Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. I'm saving again here.
No, Nick. Please don't.
Maya,
I heard the whole thing. From my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Maya, I know that. Nick.
but even so, it doesn't absolve him of this crime. Please, Maya, testify. Testify again. I'm so tired.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I know.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though. She was struck in the back, and she was struck back, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you didn't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Ah, things break track, even the best theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya is telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Do you have to press on anything? Oh, I know what the evidence is gonna be. Struck back. How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. But I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Did you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so. But
Dang it. They went out.
yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
The red lights were coming from Godot's mask. And they were out right in the middle of a fight.
Maybe the mask was damaged.
Or maybe it was knocked off.
Or maybe the batteries ran out, right, Trite?
Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? Oh.
I know what happened. But I don't know if it'll let me do that. I don't think it will, but I don't think I know enough yet. I know what I have to do, but I don't. It's not gonna let me. He got stabbed. He got stabbed in the face. I know, but I don't want to. Why are you calling Yester a whore in VC? What is going on? What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What?
Every day you're so mean to my partner.
So then that scream came from the killer.
That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And that's when the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
after that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me.
Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kinda wonder. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she gave before? Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have been struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about then why don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. If Dolly Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dolly Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Take off the mask, Cadell. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. His face, his eyes.
So you're saying that the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Oh my god, MQ.
And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. MQ, you're so normal. Nice theory, try it.
Order in the court.
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even if we won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Yes. What does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and planted another person's blood on it.
It can't be.
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
Wait. In any event, it seems that we established the killer was wounded. Oh my god, MQ. You're getting cock-blocked.
Wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya.
The stagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya. Maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved the contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not simple at all. Remember back in the day of the murder? Everyone was on the inner temple, or everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed, the police headed for the inner temple. Mr. Godot was already... Oh,
Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes.
the mask got knocked off and he got stabbed in the face. Order in the court. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge just take smart pills during the last recess?
That's what happened when he did
the whatever I said he did during recess. Stand Foursquare or whatever. Well, then maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on him.
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night?
Hopscotch. Yes, he played hopscotch and it made him so smart. Also, the image of Godot just murdering a woman while naked is really funny.
After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if my Faye were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
My Faye were here.
So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. It's the only choice I have.
Oh my god, MQ.
I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it.
That's good. Fighter till the bitter end, Trite.
You're also excited, but not for the music. Is it because of the one sprite that I'm pretty sure shows up? My god, MQ, you're so normal.
Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we just go for the unlimited penalty?
Hell? Hell on Earth? Hell on Earth? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
Give me a break. Got nothing tried.
Wasn't there something that we were having examined? So, what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. What is going on right now? Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you have to say. I'm so scared. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. But the killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say?
Hidden?
His face.
This is it. This is my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop tried. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? How the hell am I supposed to show that? What? Why is Yester breaking up with me? What? What? What is going on? I'll cry. Okay. What is going on? What in God's name is happening? What in God's name? He got hit in the face. He clearly got hit in the face. And? Am I supposed to present his profile? His face and what? In MQ, what in God's name do you want me to do? It's gotta be his profile, right? There's literally nothing else. What is going on? An exalted whale? Yes? Is this right? Do I present his face? You guys are going to kill me. I hate this family. Oh my god. I don't like that. I don't... Oh my god. Okay.
Ha, I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite?
Whoa.
What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him.
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. Ooh. I'm losing my mind. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Been searching all along. I can't yell. It's 3:30 in the morning. I'm free. I'm so close to being free.
Just now, I saw her spirit in you.
Huh?
I never liked you. 7 years ago.
Ace Attorney is a video game. It sure is, buddy.
6 years ago. Why is it loading? What is going on? You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison.
Please?
And then... while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you, that's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was myself. Clearly. Was me.
Horror music.
Of course. Of course. You... yourself. I was the one who failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality.
Dude, you were in a coma. Calm down. You literally were like nearly dead. Buddy. Buddy, it is no one's fault that she is dead other than the dude that killed her. Go to therapy.
I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. Hid behind a mask, threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya.
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
You listening, Maya? If I'd really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No? Why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you
walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Literally, both of you are so dumb. Shut up. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. Finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. Bridge shrimp emotions. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. To cry blood. Hey. Hey, besties? The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. No. I'm going to send you to hell, MQ.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This is how I can tell he's permanently affected by this. Well, no kidding, look at him. He's responding like a feral beast. This time it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved with the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
What do you mean, no you? I understand, Your Honor.
Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright.
Huh?
I want to apologize to you.
Apologize to me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
Oh my god. Okay.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that.
Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister, you only met twice.
Huh? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The time she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time is when you met her, or the next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way. It can't be true.
I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months...
Die by my blade bot. Okay.
The woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
You? You mean...
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
Feeling shrimp emotions, boys.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why my sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
I thought that you might somehow discover the truth.
Why didn't they do this after it was over? Why didn't she, just pull him aside? What is going on?
That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for, I didn't want more sins on her soul.
Oh, I may be a little bit dumb. I may be a little bit dumb and stupid.
I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? And up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed.
Huh? Noticed what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris! After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. I'm connecting gay little parallels in my brain. I'm connecting the dots. Connecting the dots, besties. I'm too tired to properly connect the dots, but I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Being believed in by, yeah. And also being believed in by Phoenix, because gay people. The bisexuals are winning today. They got family trauma, they don't have dads, they don't have moms, or their moms suck. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? I don't know.
Oh, shut up.
I think they would be besties. I think they'd be besties, man. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. I'm getting sent to jail! Do you think so, Phoenix, right? It's got poison in it. Yeah, I think you're right. Also, what? That was gay, bro.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Denev. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant.
Yay!
Court is now adjourned.
So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya was being sent to prison by his own hand, by my own hand. Of course justice was served. But Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only possible way possible.
You mean with that verdict? You mean sending him directly to hell?
Justice, you say. Justice, you say. Justice, you say. I can't mimic his voice. I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing you can do, or nothing more you can learn from me.
And then he gets disbarred.
But Mia! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to do. I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
Mia's like, you're so good at your job. Like a month or two later. No more job, unemployment. Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. Does she show up in any of the later games? I don't think she shows up in any of the later games. Because, like, the spirit medium characters really aren't around that much from what I've seen. At least, I think Maya isn't. I don't know about Pearls. I've never seen a sprite for her in the later games, so I'm assuming she doesn't exist. Gone. I'm salty. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. Every day they apparently forget that Mia is so important. This is less so Phoenix Wright game, and more so Mia Fey game. Handled a lot of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? Suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Nick,
Maya?
I guess it's just like my sis said.
Mia? What did she say?
That night when I channeled Mia and to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook.
Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But
Come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too? We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Hey, I'm thinking about his whole thing with saving people. Thinking about parallels. You thinking about parallels? I'm putting those parallels I'm putting them in a little box, putting them in the back of my brain, and I'm never thinking about them again.
We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Francisco.
Still as softy as usual, Phoenix Wright.
Excellent work, Wright.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one's filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
Hanky boy, hi. If these two hadn't been here, if these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, they are siblings. They are all siblings. I love it. I love it when they are siblings. Okay. The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow, but where were you, Nick?
I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Francisca's just like, cringe. Cringe. Hello? Hello? Yo, Lord Jammy Otter, thank you for the follow. Hello. Welcome to chat. Hi, welcome. Yes, he laid in bed and shivered from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Dunk him in the water. Dunk him in the water, Edgeworth. Get his ass.
Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you, too, Francisca?
Who is here? I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there? Go away. Go away, Larry. I guess you can get a hug.
Oh, Larry.
What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once.
That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah. Of course. Valid. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Not me. Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes indeed. I certainly can't say they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well too?
My beauty cannot possibly be captured by a mere crayon.
Ooh. Ooh. What? Lesbianism? When the characters are gay? Bestie.
Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and it's worth something.
So then you'll do it, like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book? Francie's would basically my good friend M. Cool is, he has so much music in his brain. He has so much music in his brain.
Don't get carried away.
Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Qual. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around.
Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. I'll be right back. Hey, Pearly.
Wah! Bring back my girl. Pearly? Pearls? Edgeworth, I know. I love you. But also, can I see my daughter?
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristic. You seem to be uncharacteristic. That's a really long word.
This lobby's bustling.
You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled.
Yeah, I was uncharacteristically puzzled by that word.
I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened.
Maya's theme. Maya's theme. The sister theme. The sister theme. How so, bestie? Uncharacteristically leave you alone.
What?
Oh my god, you guys are so mean. Uncharacteristically, that is... It's really hard to say that in a British accent. Leave me alone. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah? To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca? That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. Man, these people have so much drama. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears. And I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone who was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Oh, I also am thinking about that. Bro, they want to be so strong for their younger siblings. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? It's gotta be Pearl. It's either Pearl or her sister. Not Godot. The attorney badge. Someone hurt by this. It's Pearl. It's Pearl. Okay. My good pal Pearl. Pearl Fey. She's just a little guy. She's just a little guy and it's her birthday. Poor kid, after all, the reason she was worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan, I'm sure what she believed, or I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. Bro. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Yeah, he literally is. God. Besties. I'm not okay. Larry spin-off game when? No, I would hate that. I would hate that so much. I mean, it just wouldn't be good. Because it'd probably just be like, I don't know, Larry Butts investigations. Oh, I think that'd be funny. Hold back assist. Maya Fey's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya was putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can see her smile again. Gumshoe? Oh, hey, this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we've got a bunch of... ouch. What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out to dinner, pal. Let's go out tonight. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight.
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean...
Très bien. Wales.
I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. We can't keep Maggie waiting, pals.
Hey, you...
Wait. Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes.
You know, Maya is taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh no. Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh?
I bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured. She has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe,
Yeah? What is it, pal?
could you guys go on ahead?
But what about you?
Maya and I will... We'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick?
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. Maybe a little late, but we'll definitely be there. Have a lot of celebrating to do tonight. And I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, but you're the...
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Is it... How did they teleport there?
Has Zucker a temple?
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon.
Sister Bikini?
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here. Pearlie is here.
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay. Pearlie's not here.
Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. Ah, someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be pearls.
Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearlie! But why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
I care so much.
I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother...
That's why you came here.
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. Duh. My sister, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. And even one of you, if even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I had to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I wanted to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Crane, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Well, buddy, that's tragic phrasing. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the Master's talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather what it was the contents. That's
a photo? Mother.
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. Many defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Yeah, this images that hurt. Me when the Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connected us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things are finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we're overcoming today. What we've overcome today.
But I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay. Alright. I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise.
I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for the three of you when you come back.
Alright. We're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. And you know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but
What is it, Nick?
reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time, you can train right alongside us.
Huh? When you become an honorary woman, I'll be waiting for you. Mr. Bikini will take special care of you. Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally.
Huh?
That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
Huh? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too. Well, then, here goes nothing. Mmm. Mmm. Oh, I'm feeling things, man. Oh, there's more.
Master of Karain and the, I have to be a good big sister to Pearly Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that.
Hmm. Oh, she's on her Francisca arc.
So it's true, Mr. Nick. This is really Mr. Maya's shining armor. He went through the special course all the time. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
Pearl is sending them directly to hell. Good for her, I guess. Maggie bought my brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby overcoat is more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man shall soil himself silly. That's not a good way to phrase that, Gumshoe, but okay. Alright, bud. Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Karain exhibit was a great success. I mean, you got to even see Miss Von Karma. She taught me how to use a whip, and I said I must show you what I've learned. Oh, it's my poor Meow Meow. Desi and I started counseling. We're dedicated to stopping evil plans and criminals of all over the city. Our motto is cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? We also sell plants to criminals and stuff as a side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think we're maybe the worst criminals. Oh, they are legends. I love them. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating that. I lent him 5 of the tea set, special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. Every day it seems like she's trying to kill everyone. Okay. I don't like you, Kudo. I'm just an old man in the way, wrinkly, grumpy, hound-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. My grandkids had a birthday present for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69-year-old man cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Oh, hello? As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elk. I hope everyone will get along. His name is Adamada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would line perfectly. Of course you want to see GLaDOS. Off-brand GLaDOS. My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. How long is this? I'm gonna cry. Oh. Oh, hi, Iris. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come visit me the other day. Of
course, I'm happy to constantly have your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. When the bisexuals. Da 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 Chris Lip. Larry? Old bag. What's this? I'm back from a long, tiring vacation. That's the wrong voice. A little whippersnapper butter and quit. What kind of lovely, lonely security system is this supposed to be anyway? With all the flashing lights, the system would feel like some sort of space alien. Academia knows about the edge booed the instant he saw them. I can't accept these, I'm afraid. There's a heart. The gentleman dreaming like tap 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 tap. I finally found something I love to do. Franzie's whippity whip trip is art. I realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Aww. Wow. 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 Bro. Hey? A boy girl only cries once it's over. Ace Attorney? Ace Attorney, shut up. Ace Attorney, shut up. I'm so mad. So mad. I'm so mad. So mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Oh my god. Oh my god. My attorneys have been so aced, dude. I got tears in my eyes, man. I'm gonna miss this game. But also I'm not going to at the same time. I'm freed of the curse, but also I kinda miss the curse already. Gay little man. Gay little man! You are every day, so rude to me in particular. Wow. Wow. Okay, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I did not think it would take that long. Good night. Goodbye. Bye. I can't wave a hand, so I'm waving my eyes. Goodbye. Goodbye to the gay people that live in my computer. Good night. And end stream. Goodbye. Good night.